Okay. Game, please. Okay, good. Hey everyone. We're back to discoing some Elysium. With 2 shoes this time. Look at this decadence.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
Okay, well I guess we should leave the room.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Swallowed the emotion.
The door is closed.
I see. Okay, so there are a few things we need to do. Oh, Kim's here.
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
Aw, thanks, Kim.
I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to. The union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the dock workers union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean, rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here.
Hopefully we'll get a lot of good opportunities to talk about communism and get experience from it.
Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Wow, reminding me of those mystery novels I read when I was a kid. Nice. Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
There are so many of them.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger, just calmly factoring it in.
Let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Okay. Oh, the cook. We can talk about the borscht.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
You know what's behind the door?
He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
You're friends with Manana.
The mention of Manana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends?
What's in that borscht?
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Sorry.
Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Let's nod.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the union.
Vodka borscht! I love Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself!
Horrific necktie, you're so right.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg.
No, no vodka.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Stay masculine, bro. Extremely thin tomatoes. Those are always nice.
Just a moment, and there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
I can't say no to any option that starts with sorry. We're going full sorry cop.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Why'd you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Oh no.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Has he gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Who is Gary?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock is broken.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
I don't know.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Ooh.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Tell me more about Morel.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, just in case. I hope
Alright,
I've been
thanks.
useful.
So, what about this insect?
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
Please bore me with entomological minutiae. Bugs are cool.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh yeah. Here comes the Interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of gnome of Jeroma, would you?
I smell pseudoscience, he's thinking. Not a big fan of that.
It's simply elusive. So much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Establishment. I thought so.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
What makes you think it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
What's so special about it then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
So he's a scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Damn universities.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Maybe you could, maybe I could convince her to tell me about some cool cryptids.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
I want to know everything about cryptids. Living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids, bring it on.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Oh. Thanks. That's all for now, ma'am. Tim, you're so mean. Hey, Gardner.
Let me handle this. Detective Disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
You're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. You're sure Easilio mentioned something about a lawyer, Elizabeth someone, but you're too dumb to remember what it was.
No, I could have used that information. What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Thanks, volition and authority. What's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
I should talk to Titus then. A bowl with tobacco spit in it. Hawthorn bushes. Money. Men in overalls.
This is where you say your bed.
Hi, Titus Hardy.
Detective,
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Let's not say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
Hi, Glenn.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
Scan the room.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut. You're gonna get a good head count here. Just wait.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Thanks, Shanky.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
And Eugene.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
And Glenn.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
And Alain.
Yeah. You're not even being fucked, Dennis.
And Fat Angus.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture.
A picture of what?
Of the actor's hair. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
The man in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around his neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes. Why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
So you're just confessing to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than the others.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide, not for the officer making an arrest, which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
When did the incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his question.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known him?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary.
I am. He stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
But what did he do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's a slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
Okay, but who did he rape then?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
Well, sure. I'm gonna ask one last time. Who did he rape?
Titus, do not answer. You have been forthcoming enough.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too. She doesn't need more embarrassment.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment. If someone has been sexually assaulted, we need to...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil, but...
It won't be for long, she means. It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
So what are you going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
Let's fail to establish authority, maybe? I'm sure the dialogue will be funny.
Establish authority.
Not
Yes.
to.
Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
That's it. That's all I got.
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results.
First, you tell me someone's been raped, and then you don't say who? That's bullshit.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
Maybe you're right. No, you're not the law. I'm the law.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment! Stop provoking those oafs!
Sounds like someone's damn broke.
They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat.
This doesn't concern you.
Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
We are deep in Far's territory. We need to cool off and re-engage later.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
I could put a point into authority, but that doesn't seem very useful. Especially since that was a 3% roll. I could maybe get it up by like 1. Oh wait, maybe I have better clothes for it though. I got nothing. How are you? Have I talked to you yet?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel from another planet. Hey there.
What's going on?
It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days.
So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Tell me more about the strike.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camioners. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
And you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
What are you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
Okay, and what are you actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of foul cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Could I get one of those tracksuits?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
That's your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Yeah, they're pretty neat.
Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Laurent Bird somehow.
There it is again, a little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Let's see, do I have empathy clothes? Empathy. Oh, no, that's better. I thought that was a shirt.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Care to spare some change?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Who?
The bosses, man.
That sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself.
What do I see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You look sad. What's going on with you?
I'm okay, man. Just... the jams got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames and the dull engines off.
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct. Damn. It's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
That's all for now. Bye. I have time. I think now we need to go talk to racist lorry driver, though.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Oh, did I miss the conversation with racist lorry driver?
Don't you? Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Rivachol divided, making it... Oh, I know exact... But you see, I'm an officer...
Silence. Your partner needs backup.
You two make a...
The lieutenant exhale.
Whatever you say, officers.
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but... the strike? Apples. Yeah.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Alright. So what exactly was... she's saying? This. She wanted something about the lorry drivers, right?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. The driver has adorned his space. The back end of
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Likely, yeah.
He was acting tough before.
I'm sure I came here. Maybe this was just when I had to do the reset. Very sad. I'm sorry, I don't want to give anyone machine gun killing
Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did he do? High above you, the king
Oh, I got that last time. Look, I'm sorry, man. Just gotta stream sometimes. A white tank top. So worth.
Small, it's the warmth of it.
Okay, I think I need to talk to her without Kim. But I'd love to. Alright, you didn't ruin my conversation with this guy, did you? Okay, good. Alright, let's talk to Everard, I guess.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
Labor Utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
That weasel.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
These were some antiquated social values he had there.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes?
Let it go.
The man whispers a jaunty chew.
Thanks, Menya. Alright, let's go over and say hi to Everard. Oh wait, can I phone?
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset.
Alright, let's phone.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a
JJ,
moment
why are
of
you typing in
hesitation
announcements?
before entering the final numbers.
Why were you typing in announcements?
Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10 millimeter film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
What is this place?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10 millimeter film for home use. This is Lummy.
Do you know me?
No.
Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
My name is Harry Dubois.
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one.
What kind of a film?
It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Igidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
on the corner of Voyager and Maine, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker. Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over.
What was all shit?
It.
Kim, I feel sad about Video Revachol 24 hours.
That's enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
We're done. Don't you love succeeding at checks? I love succeeding at checks. just talked to the Hardy Boys and they confessed in a very strange way.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
I also got some borscht. Let me open my log. I didn't get the borscht. I talked about the borscht. So yeah, we got the body down. I vomited even after getting my shit together, which was very sad. What else? We talked to the dice girl. She was nice. Of course, there's still much to do. Oh, can I talk to Kim about that?
Yes? What do you want to know?
I want to know more about this pissing competition.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez?
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
I love this man. What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
I wonder what this is about me.
Tell him. Tell him why it's you.
Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities.
He opens one hand and looks at it. A moment passes.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo?
Mambo. I have a vivid interior. I see and feel things.
It's always good to have a police officer who can see and feel. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Alright, that's
yes,
enough.
it's a wholly pointless matter.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Let's sorry this cop.
Look at you.
Hey.
It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
So you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Kim.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia.
Alright, let's
back
give
before
this
the cargo
door a
container.
yell.
Its drawer has and as it's always been, it's impossible
Perfect
to open
too.
a container with rhetoric.
Love it. Never change, Harry. Alright, let's open you with our fancy crowbar. Ooh, fancy gloves. +1 half-light. What does this give? Interfacing? I think interfacing is more useful and more desperately required. But hey, let's give Easy Leo a chat.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my... No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes.
Okay. So, can't ask him, tell him more about the borscht. What is the point of me? Too busy being a sorry cop. Hey, Everard.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
A member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
I'm told the union is involved in the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
No.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
And gets over it in 2 seconds. Seems like it didn't really hurt him.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
What is that? I did it, Everett. I turned it off.
What?
The shady brew. You told me to make it even shadier. I didn't. It had alcohol, now there's none.
Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it, and I'm sure you made the right call. I spend the whole day delegating tasks, and it's a great relief to see people taking initiative.
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't remember that he had told me to do that.
I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me.
I opened the door. Can we discuss the murder?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I may have gone inside and seen a collection of racist mugs.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition.
2 skill points. That's more than 1.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
Inland Empire has just the best quotes. It's worth it, I promise. The mug collection was in the apartment. There was a similar mug in the trash with the hanged man's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
It's signature skill, apparently. I wasn't expecting other +1s. I just put one in to learn it. I should probably change my outfit because I don't need more than 8 Inland Empire. But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right? Of course, Harry. Stoke silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer. I'm not a real detective. You are.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
They moved the container?
Yes. I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types.
Sorry, JJ, you're not getting your elephant today.
One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
Red cops.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
I'm not a fan of how Everard just socked them. Like, come on, we're supposed to be building communism here. Communism. I'm a very, very smart boy.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
Look, he's obviously extremely slimy and corrupt. But, like, he isn't even doing the propaganda right.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strike.
He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
You mentioned a lawyer girl?
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members.
The NKVD?
Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Everard, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Wait, why are you giving it to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
I don't need it. Only wanted you to help with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Good talk.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Kim?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Alright. If I happen to be there, I can ask.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock. but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I helped you get the body down. And I'm helping you find your gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Are you sure? I find it a little odd.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
What happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a slur.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Let's talk about something
Of
else.
course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
I'm gonna leave now.
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. Jamais vu, derealization. Jamais vu, the opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Plus one experience for every orb clicked. Oh, that's so good. All intellect learning caps raised by 1. That's also very good. Alright, let's try and find a loophole in that their letter.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Let's look at it.
The youth center cuts into the ocean. like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
Alright, let's try and find a loophole.
There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read.
Well, I think I need logic anyway, so let's give this another shot.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim, these people are gonna have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it. Everard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Everard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
I should have said the commie option. Need experience. Oh, think of all the experience I wasted with all of those clickables. This is so sad. What's over here? It's just an empty platform? Okay, I guess. Alright, I think now I want to spend some more time in the apartment complex. Should I sorry cop? Sure. Let's sorry cop. Oh, maybe I can say something left wing to the scab.
Right to work!
What's a
When
strike?
a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches
What do they want?
beats me.
When the man moves around, there's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
Are you wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, gotta ask, where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Let's see. Curiosity. Going to figure out this strike mess?
Big mess, caused by union greed. But I don't fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A monstrous shadow high above the fire traps of the domain. The 881 motorway running over this district of Jamrock. Concrete pillars rise up from the midst of the dilapidated wooden houses. On the horizon, barely visible, the hazy machinery of the harbor.
Shudder and breathe on my hand.
Life in the domain is even worse off than in Martinez. The cold air is stiff from the fumes of the motor carriages and lorries roaring overhead.
Interesting that they have a place called Eminent Domain.
Below, broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. Nowhere.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it.
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Canema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
It's a very cool machine, Kim.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
What's a 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
A fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Okay, enough about the details.
Anything else?
Let's move. Alright, I think we need to call Susie.
Inside,
Or not
you see a
Susie.
set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57.
Sylvie.
How may I assist you?
I need you to connect me to a civilian, a Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, didn't guard give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Let's slap a marching rhythm on our thighs.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Just wait. Relax.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Hello, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You quit your job at the Whirling. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Alright, I won't push you on this. Are you ever coming back to work?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
Do you know who made that call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
But why? No, that not having a phone answers the question. Okay, next question.
Yeah, go on.
You know how my paperwork ended up in the trash container?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
My badge is missing.
Oh,
Real police would have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Not my uniform, too.
Yes, you absolutely should. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
I found my patrol cloak earlier, but have you seen my uniform?
uniform. I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, 2 police officers stand in the dark. Trash and liquor bottles cover the floor. Things are not good. One of the men, trying not to slip on old newspapers, makes his way to the window and pulls the curtains apart. Roaches scatter as the light comes in. God damn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundance Fisher, looks at the patrol uniform he's wearing, then at an identical suit frame on the wall. It's blue and covered in dust. Let's get the fuck out of there. He turns to Williams. He hasn't been here in days.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun. When?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what happened.
Great. Anything else?
I think I got everything I need, thanks.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Wait, why does she seem angry?
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
Wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember anything.
I'm not mad. It's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
What skua thing?
The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Harry, you're cancelled.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
This doesn't sound anything like me. I love birds.
Yes, well...
So you're telling me that I was the one who made you want to quit?
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
Well, let's do it. What did I do?
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
Which song?
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry.
To hell with that song.
Literally the sorriest cop on earth. 10 apologies.
Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that.
I'm sorry.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Okay, I was not a very good tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
I don't even know what to say.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
What else did I sing? I'm looking for a song.
Oh, all sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Maybe you can help me identify this one particular song?
Which one would that be?
A really sad song.
Sad? I think the one you mean is The Smallest Church in Saint-Saëns. Butchered that right up.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however.
Right, thank you for talking with me. Take care.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you You see a set of steering levers.
Okay. A sea monster. I guess we have to talk to Kuno. Kuno, you don't look so hot.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
Wish I could have been here to see it. Now I have some questions.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut.
Do I have better clothes for empathy? Hang on.
Kuno.
I would like better empathy before I attempt Kuno. No, all right. Let's do our best to Kuno.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Kuno, you want to help us bust a murderer?
Fuck no!
Kuno!
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
Alright, so what was this that said something about Kuno? Ask if he knows anything about the clothes in the trash. You often play in the yard?
Pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Dead man's clothes were in that trash container. How'd they get there?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. It could be a lead.
Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about... Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that you took away. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent. But his expression couldn't say, I told you so, any louder.
No, Kuno, I already have pants.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Kuno doesn't fucking care. Oh hey, another person. Reading books. A good one?
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
That is your name.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
Good, good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Good then. Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
It's all for the moment.
The woman before.
I think that was a fruitful conversation. I don't think I talked to you. Oh. That's because you have nothing to say. Spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer.
Have you no shame?
whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what game it is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Let's observe first.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Could the objective of the game be to throw the metal ball so it lands by the wooden ball?
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already.
I'm on it, coach.
Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Let's grab the ball and show them how it's done.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern in it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrated until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
Take in the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
Did someone say unions?
West, in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from Arsène-Luc Edelbrock sends the Samarin heavyweight champion, Kostya Miasnok Kostanicha, flying to the mat. The crowd goes wild. Revachol loves her heroes.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem?
Problem? I don't understand.
You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull!
Oh, pétanque. I understand.
No! No, you don't! Our pétanque game is ruined! We want our bull back!
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
What was the point in asking them what the game was if I ignored it anyway?
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug! You are as a goddamn bull!
Okay, I will try to fix this.
Good! Mistakes are forgiven, but men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now why did you approach us?
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
So, again, you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Do you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Okay, it's left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Was it used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Who are the communards again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
They should have chosen away from people, a place away from people and buildings.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generation.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
That explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
That's how it... No. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Who was this Frisel?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king!
Soon, They will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Fifth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader.
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
Don't you mean Freestyle the fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
I have...
Yes.
René. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Tell me, what do you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Absolutely nothing?
No, officers. I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything.
Respect?
Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not. I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
How do you know Everett?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history, only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Are you a union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
So you're not an actual member?
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence, never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are the little things you do for Everett?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
What kind of things?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I do little things for Everett myself. Nothing wrong with that.
That's just the way things work around here. No reason to feel bad about it.
Thanks, that's all for now.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Looks delicious. Can I have a bite?
I'm sorry, officer.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been God knows when.
Okay, I'm not that hungry anyway.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Bye for now. You know, I really thought that after saying, oh no, these are bulls. But that after saying, like thinking, ah yes, this is what I need to do. This is how the game is played. This man just ignores it. This man. Is that a bag? It's a bag. Yes. Money. I love money. Oh, there's more of those. Alright, let's look for apartment number 10, which is here.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
This apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in here?
Excuse me? Of course not.
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime. There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
Then open the door so I can verify your identity.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Blister pack of medicine. Mattress. Ooh, shoes. Hang on, how good are these shoes? Ooh. Not much of a money man.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Sure.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible. Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers, like Preptide or Pericanine.
So she's saying that the door, that the foreclosed apartment can be entered.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Couldn't have been that much money.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a $1,000,000 view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
So what happened with this wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
That's all, thank you.
Of course.
Give me a moment.
Apartment 10 just had a real estate agent.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
No one is coming. There will be nothing but squalor unless we start killing real estate agents.
We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer. There's been enough killing. I've seen it.
She's seen it and known those who have been killed.
Alright, I'm off. Someone's torn down a wall.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor.
Rub my
A
sides.
former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 degrees Celsius.
Her face
is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression.
The plan.
Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down.
Look around.
It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room.
Shiver. Sea below looks cold and winter gray. An old grocery list and checks. Healing. Alright. Is there anything else on this balcony? Yep, already got everything here, it looks like. Oh, that's how I got in here. Right. You, anything interesting to say?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
No. There's nothing up here. Alright, time to go and talk to the guy who's smoking. Alright, that's going to be up. No.
This door is made of metal, number 28.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. We should return tonight after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Tonight at 9 p.m., right here.
How would I get up to there? Oh wait, that's just, yeah, I've been up there. Yeah.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn.
Oh.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Got more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Alright, let's conceptualize.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay.
The wind is sweeping the waters.
The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is this world then? I get the feeling if I had logic or encyclopedia checks, I would be doing better here.
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
The pale. And what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Okay. And then everything will be okay?
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
Thanks. Okay.
You may have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
I don't care about disco, I only care about the commune.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Get me more experience. Yeah, I'm guessing that was like... Orbit was a thing they used to try to achieve, but now they're not sure that it's a meaningful notion. That's the vibe I got.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
What is... think of something close to me?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass.
Chad.
To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?"
Hi, Cool Nova 45.
"Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso Mundo.
Preciso Mundo. Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You said de facto?
Yes. That means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, three pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
So I'm basically a lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Back to those basic terms of reality then.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Okay,
The
then.
lieutenant glances at you. Was he just worried? But she wants to tell you.
Ask for Kim to step away while we discuss the pale.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, can I talk to the man alone for a second?
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is the pale?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
And what is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
An Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay. What is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isla to Isla?
Oh, it is so difficult for us. It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind.
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Yeah, the idea of going somewhere where just numbers don't work sounds a bit terrifying.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
What does the over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What is entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or?
What do you think, detective?
It's growing. There is more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
No. A powerful anti-communist force. Perhaps too powerful. But still, they have it coming.
Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads
Powerful
there, and your heavy
anti-communist
breathing.
force.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by. I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives.
Oh, by work I meant interview her properly.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me more about the strike.
Of course. Of course.
You don't have to tell her you met Everard right away. There's time.
Okay,
More
let's
lessons
learn
in
more
basic
about
reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
This is so much. What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
And what is this revolution?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too, in my head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
How did they win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
Thanks, physical instrument.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
I don't think I am moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
That's enough about
They
the
are what they
times.
are. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else? Glad to
Okay.
have been of assistance. The little...
Let's do something else. I guess for one we can go over and sell all these bottles. Ooh, yes, a bin. Probably full of bottles. Oh no, rip reality with Joyce.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet hole.
Can't drop the white envelope in the mailbox. It doesn't have even the fake signatures on it yet. Melancholy pop song.
The tear machine stands and your bottles clunk into the machine.
Yay, money. Yellow roses. And what's this?
You see several packaged raincoats. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over.
I think I've got a pretty good patrol cloak. Okay, so what exactly should I be doing right now? Bold slogan, Humanox. Okay, the jam mystery. Interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. Alright, racist lorry driver.
Looking for something?
You're a lorry man, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
Why not?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez.
Not in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most other camioneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Bad for him, I guess.
It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
Where do I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we need to pay him a visit then.
Guess so.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around the thighs and too loose around the waist.
No luck? Why not take another look, officer? Keep supporting the economy.
You see a Samaran street vendor. The name, Sealang, is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
I'm not cool.
What? No, I can't believe you said that. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
So, Sealang, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I actually don't like drugs.
That's very cool. I don't like drugs either. I only said I do because I didn't want to sound lame. peer pressure.
We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. Whoever that is, they are in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating narcotics crimes like that? But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm okay. Maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job.
So you
This is my dream.
So you were embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Ceiling, my source tells me you're the one transporting drugs for the Union.
No! That's insane! It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one, huh? Have you thought about that?
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd? You know, the drug crowd?
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of, Ceiling?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
We're buddies, Ceiling. Help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Dazed out? Strange?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
I'll look around. Alright, do I have rhetoric clothes? It's minus rhetoric. Kind of not what I want. Doesn't look like any rhetoric.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Let's get some money.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
I want your money now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't know.
Ah, yes.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
Sorry, detective.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer. You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
You're right.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
These are all boring.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
These once respectable speakers have been conquered.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speakers, though?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Can't I just buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Lo-fi socialist junk.
That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Those are pretty cool. Not cool enough though. 50 real. God. Ooh, hot air. Hey, who are you?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
First things first, what are you doing here, man on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Do you know what caused this wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Right. Bye. It's interesting how this game doesn't appear to have, like, a hunger system. Oh, these don't sort. Sad.
A rustic. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a
Butter sign down. Ooh, and what's this?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it.
Alright, let's reconstruct.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
Ooh. Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
The roof?
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
The sloping panel.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
The broken posts.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
The sign?
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal.
On the opposite bank.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What was the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the Caprice?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
And the Linnea?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here?
Looks like someone was in a real hurry.
What kind of car do you think it was?
Okay, so the Caprice has the skinny tires. Would be the right size, but the Linnea is likely to survive. I think it was a Caprice.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
Yeah, I have no idea though. Who could it have been?
We're not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
We should bring this driver to justice.
If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this.
Okay, now we can actually process what this map is saying, which is good. Yeah. Yeah, so like half the city is still there on the other side.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Are you sure it's all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
I don't think I have tapes to play.
A typical Martinez street light sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Where did you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
How much?
700 real.
A bargain. No, it's not. He's trying to sweet talk you into buying trash.
Sounds about right.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
Oh, it's gotta be possible to get that.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the train. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from it.
Alright, that's cool. So now we need to go and talk to the lady driver. Oh, you can do that? Huh. Where's the lady driver? I thought she was there. Oh, here. Okay.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. Nothing. No. This one is a monster in disguise.
Excuse me, ma'am?
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
I was hoping you could tell me that.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
When else would you be then?
Back in Mefka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Methk, it was a golden age.
Who is Gabriel Buenguerro?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines. Someone was...
Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Right. I have some other questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Diamonds?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling.
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Wait, you get high off driving a lorry?
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Sheriff. It's low.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick. The pal, probably. This pal sounds like it's the shit.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest.
I still
Lock
don't...
me away like bad hand Hermenegildo.
I still don't understand this whole boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old...
Come on.
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
Okay.
A pale dream is what it is.
Alright, are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Sheriff?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told of a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Sheriff. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
So you're not the driver everyone is terrified of?
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Then who is the female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to?
You said long haul. That's...
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary. Then the feeling dissipates, and all you see is an aging woman.
Why are you scary to the people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling towards some unknown rest state. She twitches, like a sleep kick.
You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, lawman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
That's not really what I was getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
What is it that you're hauling? No, I already asked that. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs. No.
You're man, lawman. What of it?
Okay, let me put it another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
You said earlier you don't know what cargo you're hauling. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, lawman?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Okay, if you're not involved with the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Alright, so what else can I do? I guess I have to ask Kuno about the armor. Even though I don't think I'll get a straight response or anything even close to that. Oh yeah, I can check those footsteps too. More questions about the crime scene.
Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
Greenhouse.
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Gardner used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
What do you mean by kept?
Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright?
She's not actually a gardener.
The fuck does this have to do with the...
You were expecting relaying this information to him to be more rewarding, right? Telling
No,
him
I
you
wasn't.
found out she isn't a gardener. You know what you should do if you want to get rapport? Alcohol seems kind of boring now, going back to... What was this about? Some yard? Yards aren't interesting. Only drugs are interesting. Drugs and alcohol.
That
no,
letter yours?
it's not fucking...
He thinks you're fucking full.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. The
The
fuck?
mug.
A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yes, does this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going.
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno...
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Alright, gotta be able to get this.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of Whirling in Rags.
Alright, let's count them.
1, Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the ball cap on his head.
Interesting.
Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky.
Should have gotten this earlier.
Better late than never, detective. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something?
And the last one?
8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here.
8, actually.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
An aberration. One sole is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the old soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is.
Do you have any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
Don't say anything, just nod.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
I was thinking the same thing. I was not thinking the same thing.
He doesn't seem to hear you.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the light stuff.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
Yeah.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
The heavy one?
200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
You're right.
Possibly, yes.
How old do you think the tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
Okay. I think we should conceptual... I don't know that having slightly higher values of conceptualization is good. Reaction speed, though. I think that's pretty worth it.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
Let him have his moment of joy.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was our odd soul.
So the odd soul was present at the lynching, but isn't in the mess hall right now.
Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open. I'm sure our investigation will eventually lead us to the odd soul.
We've been through all of it. Wait, who's that? The dancer? I can see from the outside. Neat. Let's see about buying a book. Or finding a book worth buying.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperback. Rows and rows of Hiamdala men blur your vision. You make out some type, maybe 100. Man, those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Hiamdal in hell. Man from Hiamdal and the Forest of Slain. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
What is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hiamdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him. Between the throne and the Hiamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hiamdal and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hiamdal novels.
Let's do it.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
These shelves are overburdened crime fiction. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. Furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree.
So true.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family.
Sure.
You see, Dick Mullen a killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies.
Oh no. Turns out he fated to solve a case.
Are there any more?
Yes. There's also tragedy called Come On. This is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an arm.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here.
Chester faked his own death once.
Gosh, why?
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
No, it's got to be something else.
Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere.
No.
Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on?
What? No.
Yes, it is. But relax. It's not that bad.
Something the matter, detective?
Tim, would you describe this woman as a smoking dame?
The lieutenant narrows his eyes and contemplates the book for a moment.
I would certainly say she fits the description, providing that's your type.
sounds to me like Kim might be gay. Part of the
This
homosexual
bookstore is not
underground or
strictly
something.
about crime, romance, and several the maps look old and faded. The plaque on the shelf reads, browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. Suddenly, a particularly odd title, High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called The Anti-Star. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug den.
I really must insist you buy one of the books.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead.
Amazing. Oh. Damaged ledger. That's a thing I can do. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll go back to my room. Broken down bathroom door. Oh, at least there's plenty of bottles to put in this bag.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward, a fine web of scarring, more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of foot. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe.
What a stupid thing to do.
Pretty much. Not that it will keep you warm at night.
Yes?
The windows.
Oh, I can see that bottle right there. Let me pick it up. Oh, I guess not.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack.
No problem, officer.
It's the legend. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Oh, alright, what's in her face?
Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters. in a woman's hand, a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
I know, I'm curious about this letter.
Outside, you hear the wind howl. A sudden gale blows in.
Come outside.
Well, let's listen to Shivers.
The worn mat. It's the low and the cool piece of toilet without resistance or sound. Thin wax paper has been glued. Its smell, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. Familiar, a young woman in Harry. Throw it away. No.
Let go.
What was that?
Frisson covers your entire body. A feeling of cold, a persistent chill.
Should I listen to Shivers?
Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what?
Detective, is everything all right?
Maybe I should have listened to Shivers.
There is nothing again. Nothing's, well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
So my name appears to be... Was that the X something?
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
And what is?
Your name is passed out on the ground.
You think they would let you until you dissent?
Yes.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water.
What happened?
I should ask you.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. 10 minutes, maybe.
I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a...
An intricate, it still kind of looks. You take the legal.
I think this is a bit more personal than Twitter.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know there's something out there.
Yeah, your mother.
It's not time yet. It won't work. But when it becomes time...
Nothing. Just black tangles like...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Me and Everett talked.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mom.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
I would never tell on someone.
I would, though.
Typical Vino Clark. Always a tattletale. Everard sent word you two would be around again. That's the only reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
-2 authority from items, -2 authority from thoughts. Found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She?
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl. Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Thanks, Glenn.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Monica's titties are big. So damn true. Who's Monica?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great.
I love those.
The phone line's dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
It's pretty strange.
It's not strange, it's inconvenient.
Is it true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Are you saying that you don't want to make fuck with Monica's big titties? Come on, Orlov. I thought you were better than that. We all want to make fuck with Monica's big titties. I do have some pretty good shivers. Can I wear better shivers? No. Yeah, I guess we can just run around doing checks.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies.
And you know what, I think? You might risk the polar bear.
You see, this ice bear, the lieutenant doesn't answer. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza. As she makes her way to the market stall, the girl starts crying. A ferocious ice bear is guarding the fridge, its paws raised to ward off any potential customers. Her mother rushes to soothe her, but Fifette doesn't want ice cream anymore. She just wants to go home. The ice bear stares at them as they leave the plaza. A gust of wind flies one of the wrappers right past the sobbing girl.
So they tried to sell ice cream from this Harper carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. A friendly cartoon bear. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
I could turn it off.
The note is written with a blue...
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
The studio?
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen
Ooh.
ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully soif.
I wonder who wrote that note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
The liturgy
Really?
gets Kuno.
You don't have a single guess?
Kuno.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed.
Sorry.
Based on our encounter.
Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Curiouser and curiouser.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Let's try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. No, this is going to need something. If you want to try again,
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab.
turning the crank feels it's all gone now. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Well, let's try the pry bar. You can turn it off too.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. Something close to you dies.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raised.
Because then it's no longer going to be as cold.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You see the pry bars.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. I have no idea, officer.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then
Minus 20.
the bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all.
I want that password. Oh yeah, that was the weapons cache, right?
A few bricks have fallen off.
Okay, I'm glad I checked this out and got 2 flashlights. Can I do anything with this besides die to it again?
A thick layer of coal dust covers.
No. Nothing useful at any rate. That's a good question, Orlov. I don't want to make like safety saves or anything because that feels but I also don't want to like.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Why hasn't her business failed?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's why I just saved. Thank you for the reminder. Still just a theory, but...
Didn't we already talk about this?
It's because you're not in the same building.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guérin 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
It used to be a coal plant. You're in the chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's really ever safe from failure.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
Some kind your looks like a regular piece of jewelry to me.
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world, that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
It's not a dump.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls.
I wonder what this game that uses dice rolls as a mechanic is trying to say. Ludonarrative not dissonance. You love to see it.
It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Of course, tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush. Take a look around, see if any... I'm listening.
Bear.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about... There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Oh.
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand, and they already had the bear.
It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravachol Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherian.
Therian? That's velvet. The bear is big velvet. 1 million velvets. We found it. This is the truth.
Scary, but cool.
Megatherian, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
So true.
A wise and noble beast. The horrific necktie tightens around your neck. Strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
That's okay, I can pet Velvet myself. Imagine that she's being pet, because she is. I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Outside its light.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
She's nice. Okay, so that wasn't a solution. 20 more minutes on rigorously self-critiquing. And what skill are you? I can just ask.
This orange machine is
Physical instrument. Actually, let's turn off the bear. I want to see what happens if we turn off the bear.
only the red cape and electric sizzle. The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
Cool. Yes, the coal chute above. Neha's little workshop. Okay, I'm not sure what else I can do. I guess I can go around trying to retry old checks. Wait, let's take the flashlight out.
It's the lead oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back. Yes, at last, you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120117000, the next world mural.
Wait, HDB 41, weren't those officer precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB.
Every last alphanumeric in the files, Harry Dubois, still feels like there's something missing from that.
I can't give up on Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
No, the alphanumeric begins with HDB.
I can't give up.
Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together. Mr. Raphael, not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers without resistance or sound. It's slightly, ever so slightly. Your hand shakes.
Okay. Map wall. Okay, so there is a check in here with interfacing, so I can try that.
Several the maps. This large ozone in the north radiant you can lost. The ocean connections 850 million people. The north to the east. Kudo. It's so no.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. Though they're that old, from when some design they didn't get that far. I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. Yes. Are you interested or not?
Maybe it was not this map wall, but the map wall in the game studio, assuming there was one. I can't remember. Oh, right, yeah, of course, that map wall.
It's dark, and the flashlight works a lot better if you...
Look, I knew that, but... I'm just curious if it was, like, lit up or something.
This old diagram, radio frequency unclear. It looks like he thinks they must have had massive air width. These someone, the leader, whoever all of this, there's
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it.
Nothing.
Is this the map wall?
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded.
What exactly is the map wall then? It puts it in the same space as the barbell, which this is the same room. Maybe if I go through here. No, I think this is the ice cream place. Yeah. Emma's Atelier. Game studio's name? Maybe. What map wall?
The barbell waits patiently.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. How does who do what? Are you talking about me and streaming before midnight? I spent the last week hurting my sleep schedule
Several
until it got
maps.
so
The
bad that
maps
it
look
worked.
old.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. Though they might not. Yes, yes. Are you in?
This large ozone in the north radiating out the old connection 800, the north to the east, Huron. It's so small. No. This is
I'm sorry, they're quite that old. From when they didn't get that far.
I'm confused. Why does it say that that's a check that I can do? I don't see anything.
several maps have been attached. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of this large map, ozone. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north, radiating outwards from lost little. The ocean connections to 850 million.
Oh, right. That was the check for stealing the map, right? And I didn't steal the map, but for some reason it's still there, I guess. Yeah, like the hangman is still there even though we took him away. Okay, I guess I can read through a case file. Because I know at 9 p.m. I have to go talk to that guy, but that's like 5 hours away. So...
It's the legend. Oh, and the cool piece of... It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Using
Square
the system,
bullet
it
hole.
would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. Who knows? Those pages are missing. Don't worry. One day.
Damn.
Not much has changed in the rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Oh. Okay, get healing from red check failures. That sounds nice and not terrible. Definitely not terrible. Does the order of these matter at all? Ah, and I don't have any points. Sad. Yeah, unless I want to go subscribe to Measurehead's Advanced Racial Theory. Don't know that there's anything really useful I can do. I guess I can try and get just some random checks in. Because those will give me experience, which I kind of need.
An old monument stands in the middle. The more you ask yourself, the less you know. One thing.
Alright, you know what? Measurehead is right here. Let's try out the man's advanced racial theory. And just to make it as likely as possible, let's mess with the quotes. Conceptualization. More conceptualization. We will conceptualize the shit out of this advanced racial theory.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets. That's understandable. Jean-Luc Measurehead is a sage.
Rip. Was it worth it?
The payphone. This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
So this is where Renee works. I'm gonna look around.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memory.
Why did you take that picture of René?
gonna ask him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier.
But you seek him. I have no idea what to do. So it's actually a good move.
The tear machines, your bottles clunk.
I know it's up there.
The warn.
You can revisit the bench.
The trash can.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded.
Where?
Someone has been shot.
There? Those are old.
Oh, you mean like from the revolution?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution. Not much.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something the night of the murder.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Why were you on a leave?
It's a private matter.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
It's his heart.
So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been on man since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Renee is but one man. We need a program.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
I saw a picture in there. You looked happy.
She is nobody.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Why can't I give it back to him? Don't want to just take the guy's thing.
It's the let oak and the coup. It takes about half an hour to
The
piece one
unsolvable
together.
case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability, threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street, because there they are, on the corner of perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
Hi, New Human Genome. Yeah, I'm having fun. I am also a bit tired though. I think I will end stream once I'm finished with this. So yeah, I'm in the afternoon of the second day. Not entirely sure what to do. Right now I'm just waiting until 9 p.m. so I can talk to the cigarette guy in the apartment.
In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke.
I really want a stronger crowbar so I can get the password for the game studio thing.
Kill them. They broke it.
I never said I was sleeping.
He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore, can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
I mean, yeah, in the check description, it specifically says -20, you need a stronger crowbar. So, I would find it very difficult to believe that there isn't a stronger crowbar later in the game. I'm not sure where it is or if I'll find it, but I'm sure it's there.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. Does that sound like a Raphael something costo to you, sir?
Logic, you're so
Damn
mean.
it, take it anyway. Since you so obviously want to be a detective, not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. That's scary. -2 conceptualization, an idiotic idea. Fancy sophisticated name that makes you sound intelligent and that no one acknowledges. I do deserve a reward. Also, sorry if you're getting Slack notification sounds. Did I just close OBS? Okay, thank God. I almost clicked right on OBS. Okay. I think I'm gonna end the stream here though. Let me see if there's anyone to raid. Where did I put my phone? I feel like I put it away like somewhere and I don't know where it is now. That's fine. I can just check on browser. Dark Yarning Fish Lips. Okay, cool. How did you go from RA to announce Twitch? What are you doing? Okay, we can do some Final Fantasy. And I'm not sure which Final Fantasy, but one of them. Eventually all of them. Thanks everyone for watching. See ya. To be adding. For no, not even close.
Hello, Good Lemon. Welcome to the dream.
What? Where am I?
Hush, shut up, shut your mouth. I'm here in this dream to look after you. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you, to embolden your citrus spirit.
That's great and all, but those beasts you mentioned? There's one in the room. It's getting closer. Hello? Hello?
Oh shit, yeah, sorry, here, I'll get that for you. Now then, Good Lemon, go forth into the waking world. Do what must be done.
Hey, it's Lemon. Welcome to the Backlogs. After several months, it's finally time. Time to continue the Firebomb saga in all its burning glory. This time in Bloodborne. You all know the deal by now, but for those of you new to the series, let's go over the rules. First, we can only use Molotovs and Molotov accessories to deal direct damage. This being Bloodborne, we have several options at our disposal. More on that later. Second, no glitches or exploits. And third, we have to beat the game to succeed the run. We'll do our best to beat every boss we can, but I played enough FromSoft games to know that I shouldn't get my hopes up in that regard. Let's meet today's poor unfortunate soul. There he is, to succeed the run. We'll do our best to beat every boss we can, but I played enough FromSoft games to know that I shouldn't get my hopes up in that regard. Let's meet today's poor unfortunate soul. There he is, Perry Hodder, our cruel fate hunter. May the old ones have mercy on what little soul he may possess. With our character created, it's time to get moving. While Perry makes his way to the first lamppost, let's talk strategy. Obviously, the first thing we're going to need to do is get back to the dream with some blood echoes. From there, the little ones will be able to sell us the lifeblood of this run, aka Molotovs. After we've got some Molotovs, we can see what kind of damage we're looking at this time around. Should be interesting. Here we are, home sweet home. Our base of operations and spiritual prison. Yeah, at least it looks nice. We take the free weapons from the little ones, then immediately run over to the bath passengers where we can sell some weapons for Molotovs. By the looks of things, Molotovs scale very strongly with arcane, so we'll be dumping pretty much every blood echo we can spare into that one, which, considering Molotovs are 180 echoes each, won't be very many. Oh, and it looks like our old friend inventory limit is back. I guess we can only carry 10 at a time. That's gonna be a problem. But that's a problem for future limit to figure out. For now, it's time to sprint. I scoot my boots past all the enemies I can, opting to dodge past them rather than fight. Molotovs are too expensive at the moment, and while there's a few blood echo consumables around the map that I can pop, I'd rather hold on to those until I really need them. There's also another Molotov accessory we can grab while roundabout, oil urns. There's only 2 of them out in the wild, so we'll have to make them count if we use them. I go on my way to grab some extra fashion for myself, dodge past Miss Piggy to grab the sausage badge for no particular reason, then unlock the gate to what will be our home for the next few hours. Yes, you heard me right. Hours.
Prepare yourself for the worst.
I have to?
A hunter must hunt.
I know, Eileen. I know. So, let's talk about where several of my hours are going to. This bridge here is full of enemies, but it's also home to a lovely burning ball trap that just so happens to hit almost all of them on its way down. Not only that, but if we scoot past the troll who pushed the ball, we can convince him to chase us down the ladder if we insult the quality of his overalls enough. Put it all together, and you've got enough free blood echoes to get 2 or 3 Molotovs, depending on how many enemies catch in the trap. It's not much, but it's honest work. And considering there's no enemies around worth more than 180 blood echoes, at least for now, this is basically the only way of regenerating our stock that we've got. You know what? I'm feeling spicy. Let's see how we shape up against our first boss, Cleric Beast. At our current level, we're only doing about 186 damage from Molotov, for a grand total of 1,860 if we hit every shot. Our boy the Cleric Beast has 3,015 HP, which means we're not only going to need to grind for Molotovs, but we're going to need to grind for levels now as well. Hooray! Oh hey, the reincarnation of the Firebomb got us back. We should probably go say hello.
What is it, Good Lemon? Do you require aid?
Actually, yeah. Think you could give me a few free levels of bombs? That'd be helpful.
No.
Okay, cool, thanks. I grind a bit to get my arcane up to level 20, then head back to the Cleric Beast to test out our new stats. 221 damage. Still not enough. Or at least it wouldn't be, if not for a few more mechanics we need to consider. Hit enemy while they're passive, and you'll get your base damage. Hit them while they're jumping around or attacking, though, 309. That's right, there's counter damage from Molotovs. As if this run wasn't complicated enough. Guess it's back to the drawing board. Whoa! I try again at 25 arcane, and we're up to 251 damage. That's pretty darn close to getting the job done without counter damage. If we can get a few counter hits in, we can probably finish them off. But unfortunately, it's not that easy to time his attacks, so more often than not, we're just getting base damage. Not yet. Well, that's gonna get annoying. So you know how whenever you use the Hunter's Mark to respawn at a lantern, you refill your blood vials and bullets? Guess what doesn't refill? Literally anything else. Which means every time I fail a boss attempt, I have to sit through 3 loading screens. 1 death screen, 1 loading screen back to the Hunter's screen, and 1 back to the boss arena. And no, this isn't a fancy PS4. I've got the good old-fashioned minute-long load times. Combine that with the fact that I can't rejuvenate health for being aggressive since I'm not using any melee weapons, and you've got a frustratingly long game cycle. In any case, Cleric Beast doesn't have any without some more levels, so let's try a different boss instead. Gascoigne. You working on some pent-up stress over there, bud? I mean, I get it. Do what you gotta do. Gascoigne has 3 stages. 2 where he's a hunter like me, using weapons and guns, and 1 where he transforms into a beast. As one does. Rather than deal with him dodging and shooting at me, I opted to use the music box 3 times in a row instead, which sends him straight to phase 3. This is good for 2 reasons. First, he's slightly more predictable in his beast state, at least for me anyway. And 2, beasts take extra damage from fire. The tricky part, however, is finding a break in his attacks where he doesn't move too quickly. Molotovs are a little wonky when it comes to aiming, so the longer he stays still, the better. Eventually, I found that sticking tight to him during some of his slower swipes gave me the window I needed. Now, if I could just get my aim to be more consistent, everything would be great. Takes a few tries, but eventually I get Gascoigne to play nice with literally no Molotovs left to spare. Everyone wave goodbye to our sanity. It's only gonna get worse from here. I said wave. With that done though, the game's starting to open up a bit more, which means we can hopefully upgrade our arsenal to the point where we can make some more progress. I sprint my way past multitudes of enemies, speedrun to the best of my ability, until I finally make my way to Old Yarnum. Now, if only I could read. Oh, is that what that was? Yeah, no, I need stuff. I don't have time for this painted world nonsense logic. Oh, well, thank you for saying so. Well, that's certainly ominous. Oh, God, it's deck. Well, despite him clearly not wanting us around, we're gonna have to talk to Jura one way or another. The man has the key to unlocking more Molotovs and oil urns at the store, and we're gonna need every bit we can get. Oh, God. Jura, listen, can you just give me your badge? No one needs to know. You can just. Needless to say, Jura was a little less cooperative than I would have liked. But while I know you can technically talk sense into him if you do some sequence breaking, I don't really feel up to that particular challenge. And since he's a hunter, he'll dodge all my firebombs if we try to fight him that way. So it's time for some more intricate tactics. Originally, I was going to try and sneak him towards the edge, hoping he'd just throw himself off as from something he doesn't like to do, but then he just stopped. Finally, I would have a civilized fucking conversation. Wait, no, stop, I'm sorry. He was never truly consistent, and he would break out of it eventually. But after about 20 deaths or so, I finally convinced Jura to step out onto the ledge. But you can't step out farther than I can. Jura, where are you going? Oh, God, wait, no! So, yeah, Jura wasn't going to just walk off the edge. I was going to have to figure something else out. It would take all my power, all my cunning. With enough time and skill, I would. We did it! Shut up, it counts. We collect our well-earned powder keg hunter badge, come back to the path messengers, and 400, 680! What kind of bait switch bullshit is this? What do you mean Molotovs are 380 now? They were 180 yesterday! Don't you just love it when real world problems seep into your virtual escapism? I know I do. But you know what will make you feel better? Some piping hot Molotovs to the face. Oh yeah. Well-earned powder keg hunter badge, come back to the path messengers, and 400, 680! What kind of bait switch bullshit is this? What do you mean Molotovs are 380 now? They were 180 yesterday! Don't you just love it when real world problems seep into your virtual escapism? I know I do. But you know what will make you feel better? Some piping hot Molotovs to the face. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. Several thousand souls worth of equipment later, and the therapy slows down. That's not to think too hard about it, honestly. But after grinding out the old yarn and werewolves for an hour or three, I think we're finally ready for the Blood Star Beast. This should be interesting. Something I've begun to notice about the bosses of Bloodborne. The game is so melee focused that the boss AI seems to always focus on closing the gap between you. It means tossing pots or Molotovs from long distance is actually relatively safe. Fair trade, if you think about it. Is there the only thing I can do when I'm close is scream and dive away in fear. On my first attempt, I was actually able to get the Blood Star Beast down to its third phase, but I made one crucial error. I used all my long-range Molotovs in phase 1 and 2. And now I get poisoned just by standing close to the boss. Come on, Lemon, just 2 more close calls. 2 more, we can call it done. Come on, eat the medicine, eat the medicine. Curse you! Curse you! Needless to say, I learned from that mistake. And knowing half the battle. The other half is not getting your face ripped off by this infernal beast of burning! Eventually, I opted for a mixed approach. Taking advantage of his relatively passive state in phase 1, you can just lob oil and Molotovs up until he gets to phase 2. At which point, his aggression will make him very susceptible to Molotovs. Just wait for him to begin loping his way towards you, toss a payload behind you as you saunter away, and reap the rewards. Blood Star Beast done. That wasn't so bad. Oh no. With the BSB defeated, I grabbed up a few more werewolves to restock all my bombs, then hop skip jumped my way right into Yard Rule. I don't know what to do here at the moment. I collected the moon room to help with future grinds, but opted to leave our boy Carl alone for now. Just in case. With that done, the upper areas of the church are now open, where we've got overexcited grandpas, poor death perception as far as the eye can see, and the prettiest little doll you've ever known. Adorable. And while I know there's a way around the gate, I couldn't remember where it was. Poor death perception as far as the eye can see, and the prettiest little doll you've ever known. Adorable. And while I know there's a way around the gate, I couldn't remember where it was, so I just rounded a bit longer and got the key, because capitalism is always the answer. Several slightly confusing elevator rides later, and I arrived at the Witch's Hammock. The damage itself is pretty decent, but the witches do have the annoying habit of nullifying damage in my last thrown cocktail. I also made the crucial mistake of coming into the fight with insight, which means I now have to dodge around the sight flashers as well. Inevitably, this led to the first witch getting revived before I could finish off the second, which we absolutely cannot have. My damage limits are stretched to max as it is. After buying a few blood cocktails that I will never use from the path messengers, I tried the witches again. It took my time, only taking one piece from each teleport. And despite the witch getting revived again, I was able to keep both witches at low enough health that it didn't matter in the end. Room 2 acquired. Grinding just got about 10% easier. But with the witches out of the way, it's time for the boss that was a complete brick wall for me when I first played Bloodborne. Viper Amelia. Weirdly enough, this is another one of those fights where the enemy AI doesn't quite know what to do if you're far away. So long as I keep my distance, I can lob Molotovs with no interruptions. It took a try or two, but just like the other bosses, it came down to learning which phase is best for rogue Molotovs and which phase is best for the regulars. In the end, Viper Amelia goes down without too much struggle. Should have used this build back when I first started, apparently. I touched the glowing skull, you know, as one does, learned a super secret phrase that get into the Forbidden Woods, and then given a wonderfully gruesome gift, Blood Drunk Hunter's Eye. Gee, thanks. For those that don't know, this is the item necessary to access the DLC. So after taking a ride on Amidala Express, we magically arrived in the Hunter's Nightmare. Got all sorts of stuff inside. Angry hunters, beastmen that hit a little too hard for my current level, and the real reason I'm even braving this hellish landscape. Delayed Molotovs. Now, it's important to note that, much like oil urns, you can't just find these beautiful machinations out in the wild. The ones I just found are pretty much it. No, what you need is another hunter's badge. Maybe one guess might have it. As with all hunters, trying to kill him with Molotovs alone isn't gonna cut it. He's too fast, too nimble, and can kill you in 2 hits or less. Maybe we should come back when we're a bit stronger. Always good to have options. Besides, we don't need more explosives quite yet. Better to wait until they're necessary. No, what you need is another hunter's badge. Maybe one guess might have it. As with all hunters, trying to kill him with Molotovs alone isn't gonna cut it. He's too fast, too nimble, and can kill you in 2 hits or less. Maybe we should come back when we're a bit stronger. Always good to have options. Besides, we don't need more explosives quite yet. Better to wait until they're necessary. This could take a while. Finally, took long enough. Or maybe a bit too long. Not sure it's fine. After spending an enjoyable amount of time in the Forbidden Woods, I was on my way to the underground poison caves to get back to your stuff in this clinic. Oh, hey, I was just talking about you. Sorry, I forgot my letter here when I left earlier. Just grab me up before I forget it again. Okay, bye. Anyway, with those Kingshire summons, I can finally go to Kingshire Castle. There's not a whole lot there for me, but hey, at least we'll get there in style. Thanks for the ride, horses. Oh, they're fine. Everything's fine. You know, you can scrub all you want, but it's not gonna get the endless weeping out of the tiles. Trust me, I would know. There's not much to see here. Just a bunch of angry ghosts who demand retribution. You know, usual. There is one thing. One of my least favorite bosses of the game. Martyr Ligarius. I don't have a particular reason why I dislike him, but he's just a boss that I struggle with. We all have at least one. Alrighty, let's see what we're dealing with here. Well, that's not gonna work now, is it? We're gonna have to come back to him later. Like, a lot later. After trying out a few new farming methods, which worked well enough, it's time. Time to face all the power and mouths that Sauron himself sees fit to send before us. The Nazgul. Okay, that didn't work. How about Carl? Hey, Carl. While Carl's hitboxes are pretty janky, the few times I do hit him are good enough. He's brittle when it comes to heavy damage, so whenever I'm able to get an oil of Molotov off, he's more or less guaranteed to buckle, which then sets him up for a few rogue Molotovs to the face. Honestly, we probably should have come here sooner. This fight was a complete pushover. No hard feelings though, Carl. You did your best. That said, we're at a bit of a brick wall. The only bosses left to us are the Nazgul of the Forbidden Woods, Ligarius of the massively bloated health pool, and the bosses of the DLC, all of which have too much health for me to handle at the moment. But while I was wandering hopelessly through the DLC, a thought shot through my brain. An entire magazine of thoughts, actually. What if, and I'm just spitballing here, but what if we turn the draft of the DLC against the beastly hunter who's so jealously hiding my time Molotovs? I mean, it's not direct damage, so it's not against the rules, and this run is already no stranger to late draft system talking. The damage itself is no laughing matter either. If lined up just right, we could be looking at 2,000 damage in the blink of an eye. The only question that remains is how long will the beastly hunter follow me? Well, with a little encouragement, he's more than happy to work his way up the stairs and out of the house. And with a little more encouragement, he's actually willing to kill some. This just may work. Now, I did goof up the first attempt that got this far. I kind of broke one of the guns before we got here, but the results are pretty damn optimistic. Wait, what? How did you get back here so fast? I'm gonna let you to the other side of the. I'll spare you the death montage. It took well over 30 tries to get it exactly right, and over 3 hours of dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Ding. But eventually, we did it. Beastly hunter down, firing hammer badge acquired. With that prize at hand, we can finally go buy our delayed Molotovs, both the normal and rope variety. Well, that's gonna take a few hours of grinding. Before we do any of that, though, we should probably at least test them out. Alrighty then. There we are. 295 damage. I can work with that. It's even somewhat consistent. Seems like the enemies don't pay much mind to the map of the initial toss, which helps a lot. This is even more true of the rope version. Just toss it behind you as there are safer distance behind you than you normally need, and you can get some free hits. You know, if they weren't such fucking wigglers about everything, this might actually be an easy fight at this point. Seems like the dodge my attack so much. Catch them in the middle of an animation though, and you've got a free hit. Better yet, catch them in the middle of an animation and when they're all clustered together, and you'll get a massive amount of damage in. This was supposed to be a test run since I wasn't fully stocked, but somehow, some way, I actually pulled it off with the last Molotov in my arsenal. Hot damn. No rest for the wicked though. I talked to exposition grandpa. Yes, thank you. A fantastic weapon knowledge you are. Then raced my way down to the bottom of the lake to face off against Rom. Turns out Rom's a bit of a pushover when it comes to Molotovs. Would've guessed that, but hey, I'm not complaining. I guess he's only really difficult if you have to play football to get close to him. Attacking from range makes this fight considerably easier. That's American football for you folks overseas. You know, the heathen one. In any case, it isn't long before Rom goes down with little to no fight. First try, Rom. Let's go. Hey, lady, what are you looking at? Oh, yeah, that checks out. Not quite sure how I missed that. But with the blood moon fully risen, it's time for the last portion of the game. The part where everything is overly expensive, and everything has far too many arms and or legs for my liking. Before we go diving into Yard Rule again, though, let's go back to Ligarius. With our newfound quantity of 40 Molotovs per attempt, maybe we'll have a chance this time. This attack here has an extremely long animation, so I think ample time to throw oil or Molotovs. And it's actually incredibly easy to bait out. So much so that I was able to get him into phase 2 with only about 5 Molotovs and oil urns. Phase 2, however, is a completely different story. He's constantly moving, so it becomes nearly impossible to get a Molotov effect without taking damage at the same time. Not only that, but I don't think we're quite at enough damage to complete this boss yet. Closer, yes, but still not quite there. Anyway, back to Yard Rule. Golly gee, can't wait. There's only one thing I need to focus on here, and that's the one reborn. Complete mishmash of a creation, born from the twisted mind of Miyazaki and the uncaring void itself. A lot of people tried to warn me that this would be a brick wall if ever there was one. To which I say one thing. Ye of little faith. You think this abomination of a boss can stop me? Well, it can't. can, almost immediately. But he's big and slow, which means drive-by Molotov runs are absolutely a workable strategy. And if you're able to get enough of them off, you can even stagger the beastie. Combine that with a few Molotovs to the face, and you're looking at some massive damage. How is this possible to be a brick wall again? I mean, yeah, physically hits as hard as one, but what does it nowadays? And yeah, it spits massive pools of acid that can liquefy your bones if you're not paying attention. But again, what does it nowadays? A little bit of hyper-aggression, an extreme amount of liquid fire, and about 6 tries later. And once again, the age-old adage of this channel rings true. It always seems impossible until it is done. Ye of little faith! So with that out of the way, let's move on to the dreams of those that came before, shall we? We're not going to spend much time here if we can help it. I make my way past the Gudins, witness the most horrifying animation of the entire game, then arrive at the Nightmare Frontier. I hate this place. But there's one stop we have to make while we're here. Amygdala. Let's see how we're looking. Huh. Oh, wait, that was Slaves. Just got aim for that is all. So, yeah, we got plenty of damage. Problem I'm running into, however, is phase 2 and 3. Amygdala's attacks get a little more frantic and sporadic with each phase, which makes it harder and harder to land hits. Combine that with the fact that hitting the head or arms with anything other than normal Molotovs is a bit difficult at that point, and you've got a problem. A problem that, thankfully, we can now mitigate. It's difficult, but we can still get a little bit of damage on Amygdala's arms if we time it just right. That's much more easily said than done, especially when you have to resort to time bombs. It took some time watching, but eventually I found some animations that could work. The success rates were still pretty sporadic, but it was enough. With Amygdala's health box near half, it was just a matter of connecting my remaining Molotovs through phases 2 and 3. Patience and persistence. That's all it took. One nightmare down, the nightmare immensus was more of the same. You know, with the bursting of blood spears from your body and all. But I've got 2 stops to make on this vision quest, and Mikolash is the first. Like other hunters, Mikolash has an annoying tendency to dodge away from my bombs. Even when they hit, they do a surprisingly little amount of damage. I swear, if Mikolash is the end of this run, I'm gonna be so pissed. I didn't find my way through the very definition of abominations just to be stopped by a man wearing a bird cage for a hat. I was able to get into a second phase, but my stock was getting pretty low at that point. Combine that with the fact that he loves to just auto-kill me with that cosmic blast of his, and I don't think we're winning this one just yet. I have been slowly increasing my arcane stats this entire time, so I decided to give Ligarius another go. Surely by now we've got enough damage. I even learned and used my delayed Molotovs for the first phase. That way all the zooming around would be less of a problem. Unfortunately, in phase 2, his hitbox is a bit picky. You have to really get up in there, like toss the bomb under his skirt if you can, which is fine for rope Molotovs, but makes the delayed versions a complete mess. But I got all my Waylands and throwables still available, so we should be just fine. What? He's immune to throwables in phase 2. He's immune to throwables in phase 2? What is this? Not a single wiki article mentioned this. Hello? Okay, so Ligarius is a no-go, which means it's time to visit the Upper Cathedral Ward. After getting some very unwanted physical contact, I forced my way into the Lumen Flower Gardens and found a celestial emissary. Gentlemen, it took me a hot minute to remember how to determine which one was the leader, but eventually it came back to me. And after doing enough damage to evolve him into his final form, it just became an easy game of keep away with a healthy dash of Molotov cocktails. Easy boss, really. Nothing to write home about. Oh, right, I forgot I can't read. Up next is Abiatas. Abiatos? Yeah, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese here has a wonderful problem of being too big and slow for her own good, which makes her a prime subject for Molotov drive-bys. She breaks down a bit if you do enough damage, which means you've got more than enough time to just unleash everything you've got. Normally, a boss going into their third phase is a bad thing, but mac and cheese doesn't move all that much between her phases, so just shove as many Molotovs as you can in her direction, and you'll be sitting pretty for the final phase. Not gonna lie, I almost panicked when I saw the purple dome floating around her. Started having Ligarius flashbacks, but a quick test her into the face got rid of any fears I might have had. And despite a valiant final attempt to murder me, Lunchables goes down on the first try. Don't tell anyone, but the secret ingredient to every meal is always cheese. Oh boy, alright, back to Mikolash. He still sucks, but after a little bit of testing, it turns out I can just push him gently into a corner in the first phase, which makes my delayed Molotovs much more consistent. Add a dash of ring around the madman in phase 2, and I think we can do it. The numbers don't lie. So long as I can get solid hits with the regular mollies, we'll be good to go. Just wait for the final attacks, and everything will be alright. What? Where the hell did that one come from? Alright, Lemon, it's all good, you just need to... Fuck you. Yeah, that's definitely a mood. This run has been a complete nightmare. Anyway, I go around collecting the remaining umbilical cords. No, I didn't. That's why, and neither should you. Then go up to the last boss of the entire base game. Virgo's Wetners. Ah, you're a big one, aren't you? Right, let's see what the damage is. Huh, let's see. Multiply by 30. Here we go. 1. Yep, that's doable. Just gotta be absolutely perfect and hit every single Molotov. Damn it. So, let's talk. This boss, she's a bad time. There's the obvious problems, like her attacks hitting pretty damn hard, and the slightly less obvious problems, like her being able to dodge really quicker than I'd like. But the obvious multi-armed elephant in the room is that the window opportunity, it's slim. You got about 600 damage worth of wiggle room. That's 2 Molotovs, with Waylarns factored in. Yeah, good fucking luck. At least that's what I thought. Then this happened. Where did that extra damage come from? Think all the way back to the beginning of the video. Remember Cleric Beast? You guessed it. Counter damage. Now, Bloodborne has a tendency to play a little fast and loose with its rules for counter damage. It's that should count, sometimes don't. And then other times you get things like this. Why? Where did that damage come from? What did I do different? And the fact of the matter is, I don't even know. I wish I did, but I don't. If I did, it would give me a more accurate idea of how many Molotovs I can miss before I have to restart the fight to avoid wasting my very, very expensive Molotovs. Maybe it's wounding, maybe it's backstab damage, who fucking knows. All I know is that this boss is going to be a very bad time, no matter how you look at it, and that I need a break. Time for something completely different. Hey kids, do you like horses? Well, you shouldn't, because I have no idea what else to do. I decided to give the first DLC boss a try. Love would be accursed. And good news, he takes 300 damage if you hit him, 400 damage if you break his body, and an additional 500 after that if you can actually hit whatever body part you broke. Good luck trying to distinguish which one is which though. Oh, and did you know he's got 16,658 health, which if my calculations are correct, is a real fucking lie. Nope, not doing it. Can't make me. I won't do it. So with that hope smashed to bits, it's back to fighting the old ones one more. Don't worry, I've been practicing. Rope Molotovs for the first half of phase 1. Delayed rope Molotovs whenever she does this particular attack, with minimal risk of getting cut to ribbons and maximum chance for taking a little extra counter damage. Run in a circle while hugging the walls of the arena like a madman whenever purple fog comes out to avoid getting caught by her double. Then continue to lure out that one particular animation with the remainder of your delayed Molotovs. Once you're out of those, it's back to Old Faithful. Throw Oil Earns whenever you get a chance, then follow up with a Molotov, preferably during an attack animation for a little extra wiggle room. Repeat ad nauseum until you run out of literally everything. And if you're lucky, and I mean incredibly lucky, you'll be able to kill Murgo with the very last one of your beautiful, infallible Molotovs. Shh, don't wake the baby. We'll celebrate back at home. What the? Who lit the entire house on fire? As if I have to ask. Goddess, what have you done?
Oh, hello, Good Lemon. Are you cold?
Not particularly, no. Mind explaining what's going on?
Dawn will break soon. This night and the stream will end. Go on, Good Lemon. Bring them fire and bring them flame.
Right. Well, there's not a whole lot left we can do. Maybe a few challenge dungeons? I mean, you never know. Maybe the secret sauce we need to beat the last few bosses is in there. I'm just gonna speedrun my way through these. We're gonna get enough dungeon crawling on the Elden Ring firebomb run as it is. And I don't want to deal with any more of that than I have to. Alright, first boss of the challenge dungeon is very excited apparently. Jesus, give me a minute, would you? But yeah, no. Turns out undead creatures don't like things set on fire. Everyone guessed. Moving on. The second boss is the Merciless Watchers. And while there are 3 of them, one Molotov is enough to decimate their health bar. Put them all together and there's not much more to say. And boss number 3 and the final boss of this particular chalice is... Chairman, please, let me out. I don't want to be here anymore. Everything hurts. I just want to go home.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt, the blood, or the horrible dream?
Yes, all of it. All of the above.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
You can walk? Also, why don't you walk? One final push. We can do this. Jeremy is a literal combination of everything we struggle against thrown into one deadly package. He has a loaded health pool, a disappointingly small and shoddy hitbox. He's a hunter, so he dodges anytime you throw anything, and his attacks stick like a goddamn mule. And to top it all off, you happen to throw a delayed Molotov onto a rock, it just... But did that stop me? I mean, it should have. But did it? Yes. Then no. Then maybe. Then yes. But something kept drawing me back. Something wouldn't let me go. Didn't matter how much blood I shed, how many times I begged to be released, how much hate I felt for this particular boss. No. There's a pattern to it. Yes, a rhythm, ebb and flow, just like water. The water can do it. Why can't we? You see? You don't see. It's simple, really. Just stay here. Stay on the dirt. The dirt is our friend. No risk of malfunctions out there. No, not our friend, the dirt. But what about phase 2? 2 is easy, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. Just a step away. Away from Chairman. Here's Chairman. Burning. Oh, you can't hear it, can you? You can't hear the way the water drips, even down deep below at the bottom of the sea. Drop. Oh, but phase 3. Yes, phase 3. Well, let's do phase 3, of course. What else would it be? Just so. Why? We're just back to phase 1 again, aren't we? Wait for the Reaper. The Reaper only. Never the sword. And remember your friend, the dirt. Very important, friends. Can't forget them. Keep you safe. Keep you whole. Keep you somewhere to go. But what is it? Can you define it? Right? Create it? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe 3 months is too long. Maybe you should give up. Maybe this victory, if you can even call it that anymore, maybe it only matters to you. You can't be certain of that anymore. Can you certain of anything? I don't know anymore. I don't know anything anymore. All I can know, is that the night, the dream, the long. What happened? We got back after 3 months there. That was weird. In any case, that's it. Bloodborne completed with only Molotovs and Molotov accessories. What a ride. We weren't able to beat every boss, but we were able to get more than I thought we could. That said, I think that run was probably the closest I've come to ever being broken. I need to recharge my batteries. Yeah, those two. That said, we're almost done. Almost. But before we push forward to Elden Ring, there's one last bit of fog that must be cleared. I'll see you all soon. Hey, it's Lemon. Welcome to the Backlogs. It's been a long time since we last stepped foot in the lands of Drang Lake, so I figured we were due for a return. And what better way to answer the age-old question that has been bouncing around my head since yesterday? Can you beat Dark Souls 2 with only crossbows? While I get my due to the character creation station, let's go over the rules. First, the only direct damage we're allowed to do is with crossbows and crossbow bolts. Simple enough. Second, no cheating or exploits. And third, we have to beat every boss in the game before completing the game itself. After choosing a name that felt appropriate, I make my character a knight, because much like Dark Souls 1, crossbows don't have scaling. So class that starts with high health and stamina is the way to go. I sprint my way through the tutorial area and into Majula, and after getting my first Estus Flask from the Emerald Herald, I speedwalk my way through the forest. There were a couple close calls, but with the power of pure, unadulterated speed, I'm able to make my way through the level without fighting anyone. And after a hard left at pate and a short ladder climb later, I finally have access to my first crossbow. Alright, let's get this run started. For those unaware, crossbows in Dark Souls 2 are a bit better than the first game. You can now have 2 bolt types available on the fly, and you can even manually aim the weapon if you're two-handing it. Oh god, that's jarring. We won't be using that much. With a little bit of looting, I'm able to find enough souls to pop with the blacksmith key, who, after berating me for not being his daughter, is willing to sell me some crossbow bolts. They're bad, but it's better than nothing. Pew! Yep, still got it. Alright, let's see how bad the damage is this go around. 150. Damn, Dark Souls, alright, I see you. Make a few quick stops around the map, grabbing some loose Titanite pieces, as well as a few Estus Flash shards. And before you know it, we've got a light crossbow +3. The damage increases aren't going to be anywhere near as impactful as they would have been with a scaling weapon, but at least the base damage is still pretty significant. After picking up the last few odds and ends around the map, it's time to see what this baby can do. Wish me luck. First up is the last giant. Did you see what I did there? No flinging fruit and all, but still, a guy's gotta eat. Okay, calm down. It's just a joke. Fight itself is as easy as you'd expect, but a great example of how the crossbow mechanics are going to impact the way we play. First off, the range on the crossbow is huge. We could be all the way across the arena and never see a change in the damage. So that's great. As for the attack speed, it leaves a lot to be desired. Much like Dark Souls 1, the crossbow automatically reloads after every shot, meaning we need to time our attacks in such a way that we don't get smacked around after every pull of the trigger. And lastly, the damage itself. As long as you've got the stamina for each pull, you'll do maximum damage. Try to shoot without the required amount though, and you'll do less. Weird, but okay. One boss down, by the way. 31 more to go. I upgrade my crossbow to a +4, then spend the rest of the boss souls on my armor. Because I want it. No, Moblin. No, I did not. In fact, I bought something just for you. Man, he's taking these bolts like a fucking champ. Jimmy got stuck in the doorway. Right, let's get going. Next on the hit list is the Pursuer. How hard can he be? Oh, while his moveset isn't anything too difficult, some of his animations are a bit faster than the Giants. Good practice when it comes to getting my attack times right. He was also an unwelcome reminder that adaptability is a thing in Dark Souls 2, and that I haven't put a single point into it. I might be misremembering, but I believe adaptability affects a lot of animation speeds, not just your iframes. Man, drink it like you mean it. It took a little longer than I would have liked, but after a 5-minute endurance fight, the Pursuer finally goes down and gives me a ring of blades, which should give my crossbow a flat damage boost. Exciting stuff. Let's see, a few extra points here, a few levels over there, and there we go. Looking good. Moving right along, we've got 2 bosses to deal with over in High Tower Flame. Dragon Riders up first. In the interest of moving quickly and keeping things exciting, I didn't bother fighting any of the armor guardians, which means we're fighting on some very limited space. But considering our adaptability is at a much more appropriate level, this boss might as well just give me a souls now. Why does everyone even bother with platforms? It's not like this fight is even Yeah, I'll fix it in post. There we are. Seamless. Can't even tell. Good job, women. Just don't forget to take out the embarrassing death. We can't have people realizing you're terrible at Dark Souls. A few more points in adaptability. No, don't ask why. Upgrade the crossbow to +6, and a quick and easy dragon fight. You know, typical Thursday. No, wait, 4 hitboxes means it's Monday. Maybe? Where am I? Regardless, we finally slay a dragon, then take on a dragon slayer. Okay, that damage isn't too terrible. Maybe we can. It takes a few minutes to figure out the safest times to attack, but eventually Ornstein 2.0's attack patterns start to make sense. And after a few more minutes of running and shooting, the old dragon slayer goes down, giving me a goodly amount of souls and the old Leo ring, which is going to be a staple in this run. Because believe it or not, the ring actually works with crossbow bolts, adding a whole new layer of complication to find the right time to attack enemies. Hooray! After some careful consideration, I decided it was time to get a second crossbow. And with a little bit more stat building, voila, dual-wielded crossbows. This is the only Dark Souls game where dual wielding is a thing, and we'd be a fool if we didn't at least try it out. Dark Souls game. Dark Souls. Go back and delete your comment. Elden Ring doesn't count. To be safe, I did do a quick test to check that the damage is increased when you dual wield, and it is. But there are a few other aspects of dual wielding that I didn't consider at the time. Turns out that dual wielding, while it increases your damage, also increases the stamina cost and reload time. So all that excitement about doubling my damage, not always the best solution. Not by a long shot. At the current point in the run, it won't really have any negative impact on anything. Dual wielding still works great against regular mobs, and can really speed up the run. But against bosses, the extra stamina costs and extra reload time can make or break a fight. And the choice between extra damage or additional safety is an important one in later boss fights where there's fewer and fewer windows of opportunity to strike. Thankfully, the Flexible Sentry isn't one of those fights, and goes down with relative ease. But yeah, gonna be a problem later. And wouldn't you know it, later has arrived. The Ruin Sentinels were the first great example of this. Lots of damage to be had, but there's no way to get out of the reload animation in time. That said, this fight gives you the high ground, so there's still plenty of time to get in loads of damage. But once you have to give up that advantage, that reload time is gonna hurt. A lot. It took a few tries, but eventually I started to get the timing down. And after remembering that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, the Ruin Sentinels go down. That sucked. But after a small investment into endurance, I can almost wear my elite knight armor. And more importantly, that extra defense really helps mitigate all the small mistakes I keep making when it comes to timing my shots. Next up is the Belfry Gargoyles. Much like the Ruin Sentinels, the biggest issue this boss fight presents is multiple enemies. Keeping my distance from one, no problem. Remembering to keep the other two just as far away, a little bit more difficult. It takes some patience and a little planning, but several hours I've already put into this run are really starting to show. He's starting to believe. There we are. Gargoyles first try. Let's go. I pump up my endurance enough so I can wear all of my armor, have a little fun in the Bastille shooting gallery, then make my way on down to the Lost Center. Fighting a boss with ranged weapons in the dark? How hard can it be? Lemon, you're not supposed to do well at this part. Come on, man, you're ruining the joke. It says in the script you're supposed to die multiple times. Really? So we're just going off script now? Fine, fuck it. Lost Center first try. Why not? Kidding aside, this run is really starting to feel easier and easier. The damage numbers aren't getting any better. Not really. But switching between firing modes and dodging around enemies is becoming an easier rhythm to find. I'm not sure if I should be worried about that or not, to be honest. Cannot use. Oh, hey man, what's up? You hungry? I'm just about to light up some s'mores. Yeah, sure. Any seat you like. Up next is the Executioner's Chariot and the multiple Tonys that guard him. This should be interesting. Be free, money bag! As with earlier fights, the biggest issue this fight has is its multiple enemies. But if we take out the summoners and then let the chariot take out the rest, we can make this fight much easier. You know what? We got time. Let's try something I've never done before. With careful positioning and aiming, I can actually hit the chariot with little to no risk. In fact, with even better positioning and aiming, I can hit him twice in one pass. And after a few passes, we get the unique animation of the horse being stuck on a ledge. And Dark Souls, why do you always have to make me feel bad about the things I do? Good night, sweet prince. May you find rest down there in the dark. Alright, moving on. It's time to enter the bone zone. This is probably not gonna go well. Alright, well, maybe it's not all that bad, but it's still, well, tedious. I guess the word is tedious. Between the large number of enemies on screen, the fact that a good number of them have shields, and the problem of them being somewhat resistant to damage, this fight is easy, but goes on for far too long. We need a damage upgrade. How about a shield crossbow? I mean, it looks badass, no question about that. But as far as damage goes, it's not exactly an improvement. And while upgrading it does boost the damage significantly, it requires petrified dragon bows to upgrade it, which I'm not exactly rolling in right now. Ah well, maybe later. After picking up all the goodies and a few poison bits, and dying a few more times than I care to admit, I enter the Earthen Peak, where, if memory serves, you can find a heavy crossbow +3. Very nice. I'll need a few more souls before I can use it and upgrade it, so let's give the Covetous Demon a run for its money, shall we? I tried to be clever and free some of the Covetous as snack food, but apparently crossbow bolts aren't strong enough to break pots. So yeah, this will just have to murder in the boring way. As a proof of concept, I did do a little testing while I was here. Dual light crossbows give me 292 damage, while the heavy crossbow, at +3, gives me 249. Yup, this is the way. What the hell? I've never seen that animation before. Learning all sorts of new things today. But with little to no effort, Covetous goes down. Let's go upgrade our crossbow some more, shall we? Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. More damage and a slightly faster reload time, making Lemon a happy camper. And also make for much easier boss fights. Micah is normally a bit of a challenge due to her longer range and decently quick attacks. But with my newly upgraded heavy crossbow, there's nothing she can really do but die a slow, painful death. I mean, I guess she was already doing that, but with the constantly ingesting poison to try and stay beautiful or whatever. But if you really think, oh hi, hello. We bland. This place always sucks. Doesn't matter what build you use. I poke Armor Dennis to death, die, poke Fencer Sharon too, and die again. This may take a while. Eventually, after a high intensity game of cat and mouse that's far too exciting to show on YouTube, I begin my fight with the Smelter Demon. It's a slow fight due to the fact that my damage is much less than I would hope. And with the Smelter Demon's constant attack combos, stamina management is key to making sure you don't get obliterated. But with a little patience and a lot of caution, Smelter Demon eventually falls to my bolts. A quick stop back into the Smelter Demon's arena to fight a pursuer again. It goes well, but we get the Ring of Blades +1 for our troubles, so that's helpful. And after a few slightly frustrating deaths, we make it through Lava World and pull the switch. Gonna need you for later. Anyway, time for the old Iron King, who is neither old, iron, or a king. Because fuck you, that's why. I'll be honest, this fight was underwhelming. Dodge the fists, pull the trigger, dodge the flames, pull the trigger. Hide around the corner, pull the. You see where I'm going with this. And with that, that's another great soul embraced. Easy peasy. You know, one thing I do miss about Dark Souls 2 is how many souls you get. I'm already level 94 and we've only crossed 2 big names off our list. Guess we better get a move on. This video's long enough as it is. Charlie, how's the kids? I ground out one of the basilisk for some upgrade stones. Yeah, that's the one. Then infuse my heavy crossbow with raw power. Okay, it's only an additional 20 or 30 damage, but come on, make a dream. Florentine ring +1, because why not? How about the bird who lives just down the road? And on to Nachka. Ma'am, are you alright? You appear to have fallen and can't seem to get up. Nachka is nothing to write home about. She's slow and easy to dodge, and just for fun, I even knocked off her tail. So that's cool, I guess. 2 out of 10. Would not bother helping up again. After the local villagers hold a parade in my honor, it's time for the prowling Magoo and his congregation. It goes about the way you'd expect. Magoo himself takes about 6 crossbow bolts, and the rest of his congregation are one-shots. So that was the boss. What the hell are you? Oh man, Guthrie. Are you dual-wielding javelins? Oh, you best give me that as a drop. I'm gonna be so mad. Damn it. Anyway, continuing right down the road, I make it to the bird's workshop. She's got firebolts, which I'll gladly take, and also sells heavy crossbows in case I ever want to dual wield them, which I do. But before we can really dual wield that properly, I need a few more souls. I know just who to get them from. Combined with my new firebolts, I'm able to kill Freya's children in one hit. And if we wait, no, stop, I'm sorry. As anyone who's fought Freya knows, the easiest way to beat her is to run back and forth between the heads. Repeat ad nauseum, and bam, Freya goes down. What the? Hey, you. Who said you could wear my outfit? I wear it better. And don't you forget it. Oh, and I can dual wield heavy crossbows now. They're not perfect yet. I think one is a +9 and the other's a +6 or so. But hey, one step closer to perfection. Bowman Guthrie made another appearance as well. Make sure to equip my gold serpent ring before killing him, just in case. There we go. Come on. Damn it! Moving right along, let's go after the Royal Rat Authority. This fight sucks no matter how you run it, but I will say that having a crossbow that can one-shot the ads before they reach me is definitely helpful. The Authority itself isn't too bad. Firebolts do plenty of damage, and as long as we keep avoiding the pause, it should be. Much like Sif and her thigh gaps, the Authority is a bit finicky with hitboxes as well. Thankfully, free aiming isn't very difficult this time around. And with a little bit of patience, ugly Sif goes down. Time for the pit. I pay Gilligan more than he's worth for a fancy ladder that we'll need later. Make my way down the pit as carefully and with as little clothing as possible. Deal with an unwelcome visitor trying to flex on me with his invisible weapons. Then and begin my job in pest control. And let me tell you, business is booming. After a few hundred rat deaths, the Royal Rat Vanguard made an appearance. But it was rather brief and didn't really make a difference in the long run. Hey, where y'all going? So they pay for this, right? Segue, Black Gulch. After lighting a few oil fields on fire for fun. Oh, hey, that actually works. It's time for the Rotten. This shouldn't take long. You know what? It doesn't. With dual akimbo crossbows and firebolts, the Rotten won't last long. And despite getting grabbed, which is usually a one-hit kill in my experience, I've actually pumped enough points into health and stamina that I can take the hit. I even take the time to take off the Rotten's hand. Because why not? And with the final pull of the trigger, the Rotten goes down. Oh yeah, the hand drops an item. Pharaoh's Foxstone. Wow, thanks, Pharaohs. Hope you feel better. So, with all the Lord's souls acquired, we can upgrade my armor a bit for the challenges to come and make my way to Drangling Castle. Jesus' ghost may be a little confused, but he does have something I want. Magic and lightning bolts. I'll take a few of those, thank you. And after filling my imaginary backpack to the brim with bolts, it's time to fight the twin dragon riders. Neither of them have very much health, and if you focus fire on one of them, it becomes a pretty straightforward fight. Nothing to see here, at least nothing we haven't already seen before. You know, we're in a pretty good place at this point. Between our high damage and rounded out stat points, I doubt there's really anything that can give me any trouble. The looking glass knight isn't too bad. The only two things that make this fight difficult are his shield and the friends he keeps inside it. It was a bit tricky trying to split my focus between them, since one was always quick to support the other. And even when I did take the time to kill his buddy, the looking glass knight just summoned in another one almost immediately. Fine, you have my full attention. Are you happy now? It took some finagling, but with careful shots and deft dodging, the glass knight finally goes down. Oh boy, the Shrine of Amana. Can't wait to lose my souls here over and over again. Actually, maybe this won't be so bad. Wait, stop! I have a family! Yep, same old Amana. Never change. At the end of it all is Grandma Frog. She's fine. Just dodge the creepy mouth hands and fire whenever she stops moving. Easy enough, boss. Moving on into the Undead Crypt, where we... Really? Still doing this, huh? Despite a few frustrations with the crossbow moveset. Come on, do the jump. I finally make my way to the secret wall deeper into the crypt, where my prize awaits. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Javelin is back. Let's just get that up to snuff and give it the old raw power infusion. And there we go. Call of Duty mode unlocked. Better test it out, though. Gotta make sure this thing is worthy of the name. Let's see, about 113 damage per bolt with the Javelin, and 238 damage with the heavy crossbow. Yep, that all checks out. The Javelin has all the same problems that dual wielding does. Heavy stamina cost, slow reload speed, and the inevitable deaths that come along with those properties. But if you adjust for those issues, you're still looking at a greater damage output than anything else. In the long run, sometimes extra damage is all that matters. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and finish that off right quick. There we are, plus 10. Do you know what's better than a plus 10 raw Javelin? 2 plus 10 raw Javelins. I talked to the Fates and asked them to give me enough strength and dexterity to dual wield some machine guns, use a bonfire ascetic and fight the gargoyles again, or to give me a golden serpent ring plus 2, then burn another bonfire ascetic in the Doors of Pharaohs. Why, you ask? Because if you send the Doors of Pharaohs into New Game Plus, Omen Guthrie will respawn a total of 12 more times. Combine that with my Jester Hat, Watch Dragon Parma, golden serpent ring plus 2, and handsome good looks, and there shouldn't be any reason why Guthrie doesn't drop another Javelin for me. God damn it! I won't bore you with the details of how many times I killed Guthrie. Suffice it to say, it was a lot. Honestly, I'm up to my ears in Royal Soldier's armors. I kinda wonder if I can even drop. Come on. Alright! Time to test these puppies out. Whoa. Don't be fooled by the damage numbers on the bottom of the screen. That's the damage of each individual bolt. Definitely a bit too heavy for my liking at the moment. We have 2 Javelins, and my elite knight armor is messing with my iframes. But at least the bosses are melting with extreme speed. So, you know, take what you can get. After fighting the same boss 3 more times in a row, I finally arrived at the Dragon Shrine. Okay. You know what? I'm feeling good about what I got going on here. I'm gonna do the Dragon Shrine the right way. Okay, not a great start, but we can still recover. Yeah, no, fuck that. Speedrun strats it is. Alright, made it. You all wanna go take 5? Or after a quick message conversation with the dragon, we get the Ashen Mist Heart. But you and I both know how this ends. Slowly, painfully, with 1,000 or more crossbow bolts in between ancient dragon's toes. And even the Javelins don't speed things up. Literally the worst. Time to phase into trees and search their memories. Because Dark Souls. Good lord, everything here's a bit more angry than I remember. That thing stops, right? Time for the Giant Lord. He's really not that hard. Just hide on the ledge, dodge and attack, and respond in kind. Takes a few minutes, but we get there eventually. Thanks for the memories, Chief. Alright, moment you've all been waiting for. It's time for the DLCs. There's still about 5 or so bosses left in the base game, but I think my build's at the point where it's really not gonna get any better. So might as well throw myself into the grinder now, eh? I make my way to the Poison Drench cityscape, get into an argument about fashion souls with Thomas over there. Hey, wait, no one said we could be friends. And eventually remember where the heck I'm supposed to go. A few minutes of falling with abandon, and we'll be at the first boss of the DLC. How hard could she be? So yeah, Alana, let's talk about this. We've got several things going against us in this fight. First off, the summons. If it were a one-on-one fight, this boss would be easy. But Alana loves to summon in friends, which means you have to split your focus between 2 or more enemies. All of them hit really hard or cause status effects. So that's a good time. Second is these damn fireballs. Video game developers, please take notes. If you're gonna design an explosion, make it very, very clear where the explosion's range ends. And third, their damage output. Plain and simple. It's too low. By the time we make some decent progress on our health bar, she's already summoning in her second round of friends, with no sign of slowing down. And speaking of slowing down, the crossbow's attack speed is problem number 4. Low damage is one thing, but low damage and a low rate of attack is another entirely. Each attempt takes several minutes just to bring her to half health, which really starts to add up when you keep dying repeatedly. Things are getting pretty fucking dire. Even Tony over here is starting to laugh at me. Fucking meatbag. So, I did the one thing left I could think of. I asked chat for help. With mixed results. So who has ideas? Who has ideas? Because I need some. We're stuck. Can you smuggle the ballista from the pursuer to the boss ramp? That's an idea. I should specify. I don't have any good ideas. Can you attach fire bombs to your bolts? If I can, I don't know how. Or shoot her again? that's an option. That's a to half health. Which really starts to add up when you keep dying repeatedly. Things were getting pretty fucking dire. Even Tony over here is starting to laugh at me. Fucking meatbag. So, I did the one thing left I could think of. I asked chat for help. With mixed results. So who has ideas? Who has ideas? Because I need some. We're stuck. Could you smuggle the ballista from the pursuer to the boss ramp? That's an idea. I should specify. Does anyone have any good ideas? Can you attach fire bombs to your bolts? If I can, I don't know how. Or shoot her again? that's an option. That's certainly an option. Try aiming for the head. And she took that like a champ. she didn't even blink. Try using a sword. No, I don't think you're in the wrong chat. Can we try the shield crossbow, please? Sure, why not? I love this thing. It's so stupid. Pew. 175, not bad. But it is a full-on... Ooh, and 197 when she's casting. That's good. Does it fire faster than everything else? Hold on. Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on a minute. Plus the shield. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Did we just figure it out? 2.5 hour story cut short. Yeah, we did. Turns out the shield crossbow has several things going for it that I didn't account for. First off, the stamina use. Every shot with the shield crossbow is cheaper than other crossbows, except for maybe the light crossbow. Combined with the fact that it does almost as much as the heavy crossbow damage-wise, and with the stamina regen shield added into the mix, I can now attack more often and with no real loss in damage. Add in a free shield that blocks a portion of incoming damage, so long as you're firing a bolt, and you've got a pretty amazing crossbow. Sleeper hit of the summer. If you haven't tried it before, give it a go. Definitely worth it. Chat also helped me figure out a strategy for the summons as well. Apparently, Alana is pulling from a pool of summons. 3 skeletons, her boy toy extraordinaire, and on a rare occasion, a sounder of swine. That means a group of pigs. That's right, you just learned something today. Useless knowledge aside, chat helped me realize I was goofing up all my earlier attempts. In my first 100 tries, I would always wait for skeletons, then kill 2 of the 3, thinking I was hot shit for outsmarting the system. However, if you don't kill the skeletons entirely, that means they aren't in the summoning pool anymore, which means you're basically guaranteed to get Bellstab, which is less than ideal. Kill all the skeletons as fast as you can, though, and you'll put them back in the pool. And when all the kids are back in the pool, you've got that much more of a chance that they'll get summoned again. It's a shame you can't stop the summons entirely, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Oh, run away! Ah! Oh, yeah! Oh, shit. It still takes forever and several tries, but eventually, with the power of friendship and copious amounts of capitalism, Alana goes down. Thanks again, chat. Couldn't have done it without you. So, with Alana out of the way, it's time for Sin. How bad can it be? I'm just kidding. Though Sin looks intimidating, he's really not that bad once you figure out his patterns. Sprinting away between his attacks is usually the easiest way to dodge all of his toxic fire, as is running towards him, rather than away. And while he is certainly aggressive, Sin's attacks are slow enough that you can get several shots in between them, if you're careful. It takes a few tries, but nowhere near as many as Alana. And eventually the beastie goes down. Next up is the gang squad. Not much to say here, if I'm being honest. I focused fire on Sarah for the beginning of the fight, so as to get rid of the ranged element, and shot at the other 2 gankers whenever there wasn't an opportunity. Did that just say 5 damage? And once Sarah went down, it became a matter of kiting the remainders around the map, getting in shots when I could. Down goes Alva, leaving us with just Havel. Oh, thank God he actually takes damage. Wait, Estes? You're trying to Estes? Not in my house, you don't. Damn invaders, it's always something, isn't it? But with the gang squad out of the way, that's the Poison DLC completed. Who's ready for round 2? Getting through the DLC itself wasn't too much of an issue, but the bosses themselves were a whole other ballgame. First, I went after the blueberry-flavored Smelter Demon. Honestly, it was basically just a replay of the first Smelter Demon fight. Dodge the swings, shoot when you're able. There were a few times where he caught me off guard. I can really move when he feels like it. But in the end, a reskin is just a reskin. Next up was the Fume Knight. I'll be honest, I was a bit worried about this one. But, truth be told, I really didn't need to be. He's slow and clunky for the first half of the fight, so getting in damage and heals is easy enough. And although he speeds up in Phase 2, he still has ample windows of opportunity if you're patient and time it right. After mastering his attack timings and learning the range of his attacks, Fume Knight goes down on the second try. Not bad. Not bad at all. Which leaves me with just one boss left. Sekiro. Sir Alana. Alright, hold up. Can we just talk about the runs up to all these DLC bosses in this game? Like, why are they all so hard? For some reason, I wasn't able to lock in Sir Alana's attack patterns like I was with the other bosses. The knowledge that I would have to deal with all of his minions again every time I died must have weighed on my mind or something, because no matter how many times I tried, I just kept dying to his rush attacks. I know his attacks. I know what to do. I even know when to attack in response. So why the hell do I keep dying over and over again? This one needs to marinate a little longer. Let's come back to him later. Elysium Lois. Somehow my favorite and least favorite DLC at the same time. First up was Ava. Aw, who's a good kitty? It's you. Yes, oh no! The biggest trick Ava really has up her sleeve is her delayed attacks, which took a little bit to get used to. But once you figure them out, she's just the sweetest little thing. Ava, no, bad, spit it out. Icky, you don't know where that's been, spit it out. It took a few tries, but Ava goes down simple enough in the end. Alright, we all knew this was coming. Time to take on the worst offender of any Dark Souls game ever made. The frigid fucking outskirts. Here's a cool concept. Let's make the player run blind in a snowstorm where they can only periodically see where they need to go. Great idea, but how do we make sure it keeps the spirit of Miyazaki's undying hatred towards his players? Well, that's simple. Just add motherfucking unicorns. Okay, whatever, they're not actually unicorns, but they're definitely a close cousin. Who thought a respawning pool of these stupid things was a good idea? Every attempt to get across the outskirts takes at least 3 to 5 minutes, too. That's a long time to waste just to get to one of the more frustrating bosses in the game. Oh, and don't worry, I fucking got there. Lud and Zalin were on my hit list after dealing with that area. I was even doing really well. All that practice against Ava must have paid off in spades because Lud's attacks were basically second nature to dodge. Add in a second cat, though, and it's a different ballgame entirely. Ever tried to balance dodging delayed attacks from 2 separate bosses and the intricate timing it takes to get a shot off from a crossbow? Well, I have. It sucks. There were even a few really good first attempts where I was able to focus fire on one cat, which made it even worse when I died. I even killed Lud at one point. Thought I had the whole fight in the bag. But, as with all cats, they always have a tendency to get out. I completely forgot about Zalin's charge-up ability, where it gets angrier and starts to regenerate health. That extra bit of frustration must have gotten to me, because I completely biffed it. Weirdly enough, it turns out the winning strategy was something I would have never suggested. Using the Avalon, and staying locked off instead of locked on. Don't ask me why, but for some reason it just felt easier to keep track of both of the cats and dodge attacks when I wasn't hyper-focused on one of them. And using the Avalon required me to find the right times to attack, instead of trying to get in and attack every chance I could, like I was before. Once it was just Zalin, I did go back to locking on and switching over to my heavy crossbow, more for the reliability than anything else. But after a much more successful buffing phase, Zalin eventually, finally, went down. This is why no one does Dark Souls 2 challenge runs, game. Do better. But with the cats out of the way, it's time to go for the owner himself. Let's go, boys. It's Ivory King time. Why did nobody tell me we were doing a team superhero landing? Communication is important, Jerry. The team scrimmage isn't all that bad. The crossbow does decent enough damage, and with pretty much all the enemies hyper-focusing on me for some reason, it gave my boys plenty of time to get a few hits in to help out. And before long, it was time. The burnt Ivory King himself. Now, I knew this was going to be difficult, not only because he's one of the harder-hitting DLC bosses in the game, but also because he's by far the boss I have the least amount of experience with. I just don't know all of his attacks or his attack timings. This means his buff-up phase is basically just a countdown timer for my inevitable death. Yep, there it is. Right on schedule. God, every time. Literally every time. As soon as the sword becomes a lightsaber, that's it. My game is immediately thrown off. So, I did the only reasonable thing I could think of. I took a break. And weirdly enough, as it always does, the break helped. Dodging felt smoother. The timings felt natural. I was in the zone. Alright, maybe not entirely in the zone, but I had at least one foot in it. After all the frustrating DLC bosses I've been through, suddenly Alana just doesn't feel that threatening anymore. Time on the tool. That's all it took. And just like that, Sir Lon goes down. One more DLC boss to go, and I can be free. Please, base god, just let me leave. I promise I'll be good. No more chocolate before bed. Just please, considering the difficulty of the Ivory King, I decided to let him marinate just a little bit longer, and went after the final optional bosses of the main game. First up was the Dark Lurker. Jeez, talk about underwhelming. After the bullshit I've been through, this boss is a cakewalk. Oh, you can split in two? Oh, that's nice. Delay all of your attacks and then we'll talk. I even got cocky enough to start using the Evelyn. Easy peasy. Get good, scrub. Got bigger fish to fry. Hey, Gramps, you're up. Give me a challenge, would you? Oh no. Oh, he's easy. I mean, yeah, his health pool is bloated as all get out, but the man's only got like 3 attacks. This isn't hard. This is just tedious. That's almost worse. Almost. Well, we're not getting any younger. Time to get to work. I make it through the team fight, this time with some additional help. I'm gonna name you Carl. And Carl's dead. Lemon, you know better than that. Never name them. It always hurts so much more when you name them. But Carl's death aside, something feels different. Not entirely different, mind you. Ivory King still hits like a stack of bricks. But there's definitely something. One foot in the zone? Maybe. Eventually, I realized that my best opportunity for attacking without getting clapped back was whenever the king does his jump attack, which is pretty often, considering I'm using a ranged weapon. And while I'm still having some trouble with a few of the king's attacks, oh, bullshit, it's not too much longer before it all comes together. Time for the final push. The King's Chambers, the final 3 bosses in the game. Let's do this. Let's be honest. In comparison to everything the DLC threw at us, these last few bosses might as well be trash mobs. I take my time with the Watcher and Defender, balancing my shots between them as best I can. And once the Watcher goes down, it's really not much of a fight after that, considering she was the one doing all the pushing. 1 down, 2 to go. Chandra's up next, but as anyone who's made it this far knows, she's all bark and no bite. Because of our long-range capabilities, she's basically just a watered-down version of the Dark Lurker. Easy to dodge and wildly unthreatening. Aside from her death laser going wonky every once in a while, there's nothing to write home about here, which means we've only got 1 more boss to go. There he is, the Scholar of the First Sin. Once again, while his attacks are imposing and could definitely do some real damage if they hit, they really don't. Who knows? Maybe we'll even clear this triple threat all in one. Thank you, Dark Souls. Goof ups aside, he's as easy as the rest. 1 more final pull of the trigger, and that's it. Dark Souls 2 in its entirety, beaten with only a crossbow. Man, what a roller coaster. If you made it this far into the video, kudos to you. There were plenty of times where I was having fun, just enjoying the ebb and flow of attacking and dodging. The calm response of it all definitely seems to be my playstyle of choice for these games. But for a couple bosses there, things got pretty rough. I'll be honest, I had to put this run down a few times just to make sure I kept a level head throughout. But, as with all things, it always seems impossible until it is done. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. This one took a lot of effort to put together.